Hello, friends. Welcome to my channel and welcome to Sprints Tonight. And we are going to be on here for at least 3, possibly 4 40-minute reading sprints. And I will be reading to start Harlow Morgan and the Sky City. And yeah, let me know in the comments what you'll be reading tonight. I will probably be switching out because I'm trying to get a lot of reading done before the end of the month for a couple of readathons for the month and a couple of year-long readathons. There's still a book that I need to read to fulfill one of those prompts. So let me know what you'll be working on tonight and who's out there. And welcome to Sprints on a Thursday night. Okay, so let us see. I know we have some people that will be joining Sprints late, but let me know if you're out there right now what you'll be working on. Alma's here. Hello, Alma. She says, hello, Em. Welcome in. What are you going to be working on tonight, Alma? I am super excited to be continuing on in Harlow, Morgan, and the Sky City. It's a middle grade steampunk adventure. I'm about a third of the way in right now and looking forward to continuing on with that. I also have a few other books that I'm in the middle of. I am reading The Moving Finger by Agatha Christie. I'm almost done with that, so I might finish that up tonight. I have this book. I know I thought my next book was going to be this one that I was going to start, but this one will fulfill a prompt for one of the March readathons. So I think I'm going to switch to this one later tonight. And yeah, I like this series a lot. It's been a while since I read the second book, but they're pretty easy to get into. And I feel like with a lot of these, you could just read one and you're not missing out on like an overarching plot on that. So this will be one that I'll likely start later tonight. Let's get into the comments here. Let's see. Alma says, I'm going to be reading Twice Sold Tales. I'm halfway through this book. I think, did you mention that somewhere else? Because it sounds, well, definitely I've heard of it recently, but when someone was talking about it, it just sounded really interesting to me. So I'm wondering if that was you on another sprint or in a chat. But yeah, I think I'm interested in that one. And Naomi, hello. She says, I am reading quite a few books right now and getting overwhelmed. So I'm trying to finish some, namely, And Then There Were None, Max in the House of Spies, and in 1984, also The Atonement Child. Well, those all sound pretty good. I have heard mixed things about Max in the House of Spies, but And Then There Were None is one of my favorites. I love Agatha Christie, and I actually think that And Then There Were None is her best book. It's not my favorite of hers, but I think it is her best mystery. So hopefully you're enjoying that. Let me know. And Tabitha says, hello, I've been reading The Atonement Child. I'll be reading The Atonement Child tonight. Hey, just like Naomi. Cool. You guys can update each other on how you're liking it. And Alma says, oh, is that the book after Mistletoe Countess? Yes, this is the next book in the series, which I really loved the Mistletoe Countess. So I got this one right away, but I still haven't picked it up. And I wanted to pick this one up next, but this one here will fulfill a prompt for one of the year-long readathons that I'm doing. So I want to read this one, and it's not very big, so I should be able to get to this one soon, but definitely I want to make sure anything that I'm reading for a readathon is done by the end of the month. And Kat, hello. She says, hi, everyone. I'm reading Wind in the Willows by Kenneth Grahame. I'm really enjoying it. I picked up a copy of Wind in the Willows. During the sprint, I'll go get it and show it to you. I actually picked it up at a tea shop in one of the mission towns, San Juan Capistrano. So it's a little tea house in San Juan Capistrano. And they had like a little bookshelf that they had some books for sale along with like the teapots and teacups and all that other stuff. So I will go get that during the first sprint to show you. It's a really lovely copy and I do want to read it sometime. I think I was planning for the summer to read that one. And let me know how you're in. Well, it says you're really enjoying it. So great. Good, good. And Alma says, probably because I've been reading this book for a while because I am reading other books along with it. It's about a woman who runs a bookstore. Okay, maybe it was that I heard it from you, though. Yeah, because it does sound, it sounded interesting to me. Maybe it was in one of your videos that you were talking about it. And Annie, hello, Annie. She says, hi, everyone. I'm reading The Borrowers by Mary Norton. That was one of my favorite books when I was little. Did I want to find a borrower somewhere out in my grandma's backyard? Did I look every time I went out there? Yes. I loved that book. That's so cool that you're reading that. And some other middle grade books. And Naomi says, yeah, and Then There Were None is my first Agatha Christie book. That is a really good book, but I will have to say, she has like some very clever mysteries that I hope you go on to read and enjoy. A lot of my favorite ones aren't her. They're called like the Crown Jewels. So, And Then There Were None, Murder on the Orient Express, Death on the Nile, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, are all like considered her best books. I do reread The Murder of Roger Ackroyd quite a bit. I wouldn't say like necessarily once a year, but kind of close. Death on the Nile is probably so. And Then There Were None, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, Death on the Nile, and then Murder on the Orient Express. But I have other Agatha Christie books that aren't considered her crown jewels that are more my favorites and that I reread more often. But I do hope that you enjoy it and that you go on to read more Agatha Christie. She is my favorite. And Kat says, I definitely recommend Wind in the Willows, and I think you'll enjoy it too. I'm super excited to get to it later this year. So speaking of tea, I actually have some hot tea tonight that I'll be drinking. Today was a cooler day, so we've been having some high 80 degree days. But today was, I think the high was like 78 or 77, something like that. So I have this fun little teacup that's one of the Pioneer Woman cups. And then I got this diffuser here. I think I got this online, but it's like a little leaf and it kind of matches my cup. I have in there some tea that I bought at Disneyland that's, I think it's called the Mad Tea Party, but it's like an apricot tea and it tastes so good. And it has such a nice flavor that you don't need to add sweetener. So that's what I'm having today. And I'm super excited. It smells so good. I love all of the teas that are made from the stone fruits like plum, apricot, peach. I love them all because I feel like there's enough of that fruit flavor that you don't need to have a sweetener to really enjoy it. So yes, my tea, I can't wait. It's still a little hot right now. Okay. Well, it looks like we are caught up on the comments and we're just at a point that we can start a first sprint. So we would be, let's see, 40, 20, 20. So 20 after we'll come back from that first sprint. I have an ambiance that has some sounds. I haven't checked yet like how loud it is. If it's too loud, let me know and I can adjust the volume here. You can adjust the volume on your end, obviously. So yeah, let's get to reading. I have my book in my backpack that I took to work today, which guys, let me show you. This is another backpack that I got at Disneyland. It's Bambi. Can you see? And it has that little Bambi clasp in there. It's really nice. And then the inside, can you see this print? Yeah. I love when I find some really cute Disney something that isn't so, I mean, look at that. Isn't that just pretty? And I feel like it's everyday, not something that I would just want to only use at Disneyland. So my book, it's in my Agatha Christie book sleeve that my sister gave me. And there's my book that I'll be reading. All right, so let's get our first print started, then we'll catch up on comments when we get back and see what else we have going on tonight. So we'll see you back 20 after. All right, friends, we are back. So let's get to those comments from before the beginning of the sprint, and then we'll go over how we all did. Let's see. So Alma says, tea sounds good. I may go make a cup during this sprint. I love your cup. Thanks. It was part of a 4-pack. And again, it's the Pioneer Woman. So it's from Walmart. I thought it might say what the collection was, but it doesn't. So there's one that's yellow, one that's light blue, one that's red, and one that's a darker blue, I think, as far as like the rim and the handle, the little foot. But yeah, they're fun. They're pretty. Floral. I like it. And Annie says, is that infuser easy to open? I'm looking for a different one. So this one, let me see if I can open it over here. It just kind of, you squeeze it by where the metal is, and then it pops off. And so you just put your tea in there, and then you just kind of push it back in. There's like a little groove so that it holds on. I got that one several years ago. It was a 2-pack, and I gave one to my friend. We were going we were going to a fiber convention, and so they had classes and stuff like that, but they also had a marketplace, and we were going to be spending the night, and I thought it would be nice to have infusers to make tea in the hotel room that we could take with us. And Alma says, love it, Bambi. Yes, isn't it so cute? I really like that backpack a lot. And Kat says, love your backpack. I love Disney too. Yes, totally. I just went to Disneyland about 5 weeks ago, 5 or 6 weeks ago, and I am ready to go back. I just love the atmosphere of it. It's such a happy place for me. And y'all know I love the happy. And so just hanging out there, I usually take my knitting with me if I'm going on my own, especially. And I just like find nice places to sit and knit and listen to just like all of the sounds. You know, everyone is so happy. There's crying babies or whatever, but for the most part everyone's really happy. So I love doing that. And shopping, I don't always buy anything, but I love to see all the stuff that they have, and get on rides every once in a while, watch shows, the parades, and eat. I love the Disney snacks, but I also like a lot of the food in the restaurants too. The Plaza Inn's one of my favorite places to go. They have a salmon plate that I love. The fried chicken also is really great. So yeah, I have an annual pass. So I get parking with that. So it's really just, and I stay with my sister usually because she doesn't live that far from Disneyland. So really, I'm just spending on what I spend there at the park, and then traveling down to Southern California. So it's not bad. And I do still take my nieces or nephews. I need to schedule a trip for one of my nephews. He's next on the list. So I'll be taking him to Disneyland, and then it'll be his day, and he'll get to decide what we do that day. So that day, I probably won't take any knitting because I'm sure he'll want to get on rides and stuff. And Hannah says, hello, really need to finish Night of Shadows soon. Cool, Night of Shadows. Let me look that up. I don't think I know what that is. Let's see. Night of Shadows. Night of Shadows. Who's the author of that one? Because it looks like there's a couple of different ones, Hannah. I want to check it out. In Tabitha, or no, Hannah says, Tabitha, I loved The Atonement Child. And Chantel says, Hannah, I'm working on finishing The Night of Shadows too. I'm feeling kind of confused about what's good and what's evil. And Hannah says, your mug is super cute, Em. Thank you, Hannah. And Hannah says, Chantel, definitely not my favorite fantasy I've ever read. And Kat says, I love the ambiance with the bird songs. It adds to the story I'm reading. I read a little over a chapter. Okay, so now I think we're into what we all did during the sprint. So I did read 3 chapters in this, and I'm about there, so almost halfway. I'm getting to the part, though, where I'm concerned about Carolina. So anybody that has read this book probably knows what my concern is about Carolina. But yeah, so that's about where I'm at right now. And I don't want to give any spoilers and tell you all what my concern is. Naomi says, this sprint, I read 6 pages of The Atonement Child and 11 pages of 1984. Great job. You know what? I didn't ask, did you all want to count pages tonight, or do we just want to keep it easy breezy and not worry about that? And Alma says, I didn't get too far in my reading. I was talking to Ken on the phone. He is out of town tonight. Also, I have to run and pick up my daughter in about 10 minutes. Okay, Alma, safe driving. And cool that you got to talk to your husband on the phone. Annie says, I got to 6% in The Borrowers. I loved the series as a child too, so thought I'd see if I still like it. Do you still like it? Literally, that was like one of my favorites. I had from Scholastic. I bought it like a little paperback copy, and man, it was destroyed because I read it so much. And Annie says, thanks, Em, for the demonstration. You're welcome. And Hannah says, we are reading it for Chantel's Indie Book Club. Gotcha. Okay. And Marcus Bittner, I did see that. That was one of the ones that came up. Let's see. And that was The Secret of Silence, Book 1. Wow. Interesting. That sounds interesting. All right. Okay. So I think because I made it to the end of chapter 16 in this book, I think I'm going to put this down and pick up the photo album and read that one next. But here is my copy of The Wind in the Willows that I bought at that tea shop. It doesn't look like the color is quite coming through, but it's a pretty bluey, sagey green. And with the foiling on the cover there. And then on the back, it has a quote, also foiled. I just thought that was so pretty. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to reading this. And I guess the name of the tea shop is called TQ. It's TEATQUE. Maybe it's called Teak. I'm not sure. My sister was the one who made the reservations that time that we went. And she lives closer to there, so she goes pretty often. Let's see. Annie says, I'm liking it so far. I like Mrs. May, who is teaching Kate to crochet. They are the people of the house. Oh, yes. Yes, I remember that. I didn't remember that there was like crochet in it. Um, yeah. And Kat says, that's a beautiful copy of Wind in the Willows. Very nice. Yes, I saw it and I thought, oh, I need to have it. Hi, Whitney. She says, hi. And Hannah says, that is a gorgeous copy. And Hannah says, hi to Whitney. And Whitney says, I really enjoyed the audiobook for The Wind in the Willows. Chapter 7 is interesting, though. Let me see if I can see if it has a name. Chapter 4. Chapter 6. Chapter 7, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Okay, when I get to that, when I read it, I'll try to remember and see what I think about it. And Chantel says, we read Wind in the Willows out loud in the fall, and my kids thought Mr. Toad was nuts. And Whitney says, Mr. Toad is nuts, and I 100% agree. Have you, before we get to that next comment, well, I guess that is kind of still tied into Mr. Toad. Chantel says he needed some major discipline. Sometimes I feel like I'm a little Mr. Toadish, but at Disneyland, they have a ride called Storybook Canal Boats. And when you get on the little boat, you go through Monstro, the whale in Pinocchio. You go through its open mouth and you go down into like a shrunken village. So there's all these like little houses and little tiny plants and like a little park and everything. But one of the houses that's in there is Toad Hall. And, so you have the person that's running the boat that's kind of telling you on the right hand is the village, Pinocchio's village. And over here is Toad Hall. And you can see like the little car there outside of Toad Hall. It's just so cute. I love that ride so much. And Sammy's here. Hello, Sammy. She says, hi, just joining. Not sure what I'm going to start the next sprint. And Whitney says, Mr. Toad's character is such a great representation of our sinful flesh. Yeah. And Whitney says, so we all have some Mr. Toad in us, I think. I think he gets his little manias, right? And I kind of feel like that, like I get really obsessed with a craft for a while. And then I'll move on to something else. And so I feel like I'm Mr. Toad in that way, where it's like I'm all in on diamond art, and then I'm all in on I have to knit all the things, and then I'm all in on card making. So yeah, I love all the crafts that I do, but I do tend to focus more on one craft at a time, even though I may be doing other crafting at the same time. There's one that's like really capturing my attention at the time. Right now, that's crochet, but I just finished that headband that I had been working on, and I was going to start another crochet project, but I might switch to some knitting next. Although I did get a new diamond art pen thing. And there was a diamond art that I had started, so I might pull that one out again and work on that as my next craft project. But I have a lot of stuff going on, so that probably wouldn't be until after this weekend. So maybe next week in the evenings. I have scrapbook club tomorrow night after work. And then on Saturday, I'm probably going to work a few hours. And then I have a performance thing that I'm going to with my cousin, and Sunday's church and stuff. So yeah, it probably won't be until next week evening that I start a new craft project or pick up a new craft project. And let's see. Kat says, I used to be afraid of Mr. Toad's Wild Ride at Disney when I was little. That ride is a little rough. I will say it's not as bad though as like Matterhorn. Like I feel bruised when I come off of that ride. But yeah, Mr. Toad, I don't go on it I think I've gone more on it in recent years than I did when I was little. I always was like a Peter Pan, Snow White, Alice in Wonderland kid. Mr. Toad wasn't the one of the ones, and Pinocchio also kind of scared me when I was little. Um, and Whitney says, I'm so like that too, Em. My husband calls them my phases. I had a Dollar Tree phase once. It wasn't great for the wallet. Right? I probably have had a Dollar Tree phase. Yeah. In the past, I'm sure I have. Annie says, I always think of the wind. I always think of the wind as Mr. Toad speeding by because he seems to have the need for speed. Yeah. And Chantel says, I don't remember how old I was or where it was, probably 35-ish years ago. I went on a ride in an old motor car, maybe called Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. That's cool. And Chantel says, Cat, yay, I'm not crazy. It does exist. And I spent much of the ride with my face buried in my mom's shoulder. And Whitney says, also, your thumbnails have been making me so happy with your cats. You know, I just think it's fun to put them on there. They don't always make an appearance. Humphrey, I need to get a new cat tree. Can you guys see how that's leaning? Like, that's actually leaning. It's not like because of the camera or anything. Humphrey is so rough when he jumps up there that I think he like his weakened, like where it's attached to the whole post. So yeah, I need to get a new cat tree, but he's up there sleeping. Audrey, she actually during that last sprint, she tried to get into the craft room. So my craft room has French doors, and I keep them out of there because I have like adhesives and ribbons and silk flowers and stuff. She loves to chew things, and I don't want her to get into something that will make her sick or hurt her or Humphrey. But she just like, I don't know what it is. She always tries to break in there. I had to put like I need to get one of those like door locks for French doors. I just haven't done it yet where you have it's like a U and then it has like the lock that will slip on it. So right now I just have like a headband that I've like twisted and to hold the knobs together. But I heard her push it and it opened the door. It luckily didn't open it enough for her to squeeze in through. So I had to go up there and reclose the doors. But she's always trying to get into my craft room. So she's down the hall right now, but every once in a while they make an appearance. So I thought it would be fun to start putting them in my thumbnails when I don't have a guest for sprints. And Whitney says, I think paper crafting was really behind the Dollar Tree phase. Yeah, you can get a lot of really good stuff there, like the foamy adhesive, the double-sided adhesive, but the foamy one that lifts things up. I love it. I love scrapbooking. I have done scrapbooking in many different styles. I don't know if any of you all know Creative Memories, but I have a few albums done in that style. And then after that, I found a company close to my heart that is it doesn't exist anymore, but a lot of the more recent stuff that scrapbooking layouts that I've done have been with those papers. And then there is a company called Crafters Companion that are based in the UK that have some great collections that you can use. I think they're more like card making based, but I use a lot of their papers for scrapbooking because they're just beautiful. So yeah, but it's still more in this like less the Creative Memories, more the close to my heart style, where it's like a more decorated page than just getting pictures in your book. And Hannah says, my daughter has noticed your kitties 2 times so far tonight. Aw. And Whitney says, yeah, their crafting section has really taken off within the past several years, which is great. Absolutely. Yep. There's a store here called Recreate. And there's like in the area, there's a couple of them, 2 or 3. But they are, it's like a craft store, but the stuff that they sell is donated to them, and then the profits are donated to women and children shelters and other organizations like that. It is really cool because you can get really great deals on stuff and find some really unique things. It's not, and sometimes they're new because new stuff could be donated. Somebody has something. And so they'll donate things to them that are new, still in package, or it could be like used things or gently used things. But it's really nice because there's even things like Scrabble tiles, like loose Scrabble tiles. So you could like buy some to spell something out, which reminds me, I think I bought some to spell out M's books are everywhere because I was going to do a craft project with it. And I haven't done the craft project with it. But yeah, so you could buy like loose Scrabble tiles. You could buy used decks of cards so that if you're going to use them in like crafting and stuff like that. And it's all very, very reasonably priced. They give teachers discounts. And I don't know if they're like anywhere else here or if it's just like this Sacramento area that they're in, but I really like it. It's called Recreate. Um, so that's I don't like to visit it too often because of the prices. I really would come home with a lot of things, and I have plenty of things in my own craft room that I can dig around in and find inspiration for doing things. So, but it is a good resource. And the Dollar Tree almost is right across the street from it. And Hobby Lobby is next to the Dollar Tree. So that is just like a dangerous area. All right. We've gotten to the bottom of the comments. I think we're all caught up on how everyone is doing. I am putting down Harlow Morgan to pick up the photo album, and we'll see how much progress I make through this. This is book 3 in the Annie's Attic Mysteries. I'm pretty sure it's book 3. So yeah. Books 1, 2, 3. Yep, it's book 3. So this is what I'll be reading during the next sprint, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes, 42 minutes, let's say. So that would be 25 after. So we'll see you back 25 after. I'll get the ambiance going. We'll get going on our next sprint. All right, we are back. Welcome back. So, we'll get to the comments in a minute. I just wanted to let you guys know I read the prologue and one chapter in this book, and already this book will fill every prompt for the Read Happy Readathon that I'm hosting in April. I'm hosting it with Lucy from the Lucy Chronicles, Jeanette from Jane Reads, and Alma from Alma's Book Journey. It'll start April 1st and run through April 30th. My announcement video's up, Lucy's announcement video, Alma's and Jeanette's announcements videos are all up. If you want to take a look at that, let me know if you're participating. But I just wanted to go over real quickly what the prompts are. And like, okay, in chapter 1 already, all the prompts are met. So cozy setting. So this main character is Annie, and she has inherited a house from her grandmother in Maine on the seashore. And the house itself is a beautiful, cozy house. It's stuffed with all her grandmother's things. So that's a cozy setting. Number 2 is beautiful scenery. Its lawn stretches out over towards a cliff where like the ocean is, and so she can see the ocean from the house. That's a beautiful scenery. Delicious food. Her friend has just brought over some lemon bread that she baked. Kindred spirit. So this is a friend that she had met when she was a little girl, and now they're meeting as older adults, but they just clicked. Went right back to their relationship, and it's even deeper now because they're at a different point in their life and have had so many life experiences. So they are kindred spirits. Free space, obviously. Community. So she is part of a knitting crochet group that meets there in the town. So that's a community. The town itself is a small town. It hasn't talked yet about the knitting group, but it has talked about the mayor and how of what the community is like. And again, that's chapter 1. And I know that group is going to come up later in the book because they always like help with the mysteries that she's solving. Pet companion. Her grandmother had a cat named Boots that now she's inherited too. That's her pet companion. Favorite hobby, she crochets. That's her favorite hobby that she has taken up, and her friend, she cross stitches, and that's her favorite hobby. And so she talked about how her friend will sometimes bring her cross stitch, and she has her crochet, and they sit on the porch, another cozy setting, doing their needlework. And then happy ending. These books all have a happy ending. So this book would fulfill all the prompts. So if you only read this book in April, it would get you all the prompts checked off. All right, so let's see how everybody else did. And I'm trying to go back to where we left off. Here we go. Hello, Tori Jane is in. She says, hi, everyone. Welcome. And we have Sue Smith. Welcome. She says, good evening. And Amy, hello, welcome. Hello, I just joined in. I'm reading every hour until then. I really like that book a lot. I hope you are enjoying it. I'm super excited because I still have one more book to catch up to because the next book comes out in May. It's something golden. I don't remember, but it takes place partly in California. So I'm super excited for that. But Gabriel Meyer released what the extra is, like if you had pre-ordered the book, what you're getting, and it's a sticker and it's gorgeous. And so I had to double check, and I did pre-order it. So she said first 1,000 people, and they had just hit that 1,000 mark. So I pre-ordered mine last year. So I'm pretty sure I'm getting that sticker that is so pretty. But really, Amy, I hope you're enjoying that book. And Bethany says, hi from Florida. That's right. You are on vacation, right? I'm not reading because my grandpa is watching a Western. What is he watching? My uncle used to watch Westerns all the time. He used to babysit me a lot when I was little. I remember watching True Grit with him. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Just like, yeah, random Westerns from back then. And then even older stuff, like TV shows, The Big Valley, or maybe it was just called Big Valley. That was another one that was always on. Naomi says, this sprint I got ready for bed and finished, and then there were none. It was not as exciting and plot twisty as I was expecting. I am heading to bed, and have a good night. Good night. Hope to see you at another sprint. And Kat says, I read one more chapter. Good deal. And Jamie's here. She says, hello. And Katie got caught up missing chapters. I caught up my missing chapters for Lord of the Rings, and I am hoping to read 2 more tonight of it. I read 2 of my Christian nonfiction. That is good. I actually have still not started my reread of The Fellowship of the Ring, and Kay is doing the discussion on Saturday. I did get that audiobook with Andy Serkis. Let me see how many hours that is, and if I'm going to be able to squeeze it in before the discussion. It is 22 hours. I don't know. Ooh, I don't know if I can do it. But I have read it before, so I still will be at the discussion. Let's see. And Annie got to 20%. Chantel did her Lent Bible study and read 3 picture books to her daughter. Oh, that's so cool. And Katie says, I'm also participating in the readathon. Yay! And Tabitha said, not much reading that sprint, but my son read a chapter and a half to me of I Survived Hurricane Katrina. Those I Survived books are I mean, they tackle some pretty intense things. And Tanya says, hi, everyone. I'm reading Switch on Your Brain by Dr. Caroline Leaf. I'm excited about your April readathon. Thank you. And happy books. Yay. Yes. Happy books. I need to get my recommendations video done tonight. So I am pulling books for that. I don't know that I'll I guess because I haven't read it, I don't know if I should include it in a recommendation video. What do you guys think? But I have read the first 2, and I think I'll double check them, but I'm pretty sure that they would check off all the prompts too. But yeah, I need to pull some more books, maybe some more recent books that I've read, or maybe even some older books that would meet some of the prompts so that I can get that done and posted. Hopefully Saturday. Yeah, so get that recommendation video. And then also I need to build my TBR for the readathon. I really want it to be a lot of mood reading. And I do have a lot of books back here that are my pile of possibilities. So I should pick some books out of there and maybe do, instead of a TBR, a pile of possibilities, because then I can feel free to mood read and not feel like I have to tick off certain books. So yeah, and anyone that's participating in the readathon, have you identified any books that you are already know that you're going to be reading in April? Let me know. And guys, I did hear from Kay. There are some weather warnings out where she's living. So if you're a praying person, maybe say a prayer for her and her safety. And Katie says, I'm hoping to catch the live discussion of Lord of the Rings on Saturday, yet I'm seeing a close friend of mine. I may miss it. I think it was like an hour discussion for The Hobbit, if I remember right. And I want to say that it's at 5:30 Eastern time. So maybe like 2:30 to 3:30 Pacific time. What 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 is your time zone, Katie? And Jamie is praying. And Katie says, yes, I already have my TBR set. I'll be praying for her. I'm sure that all of those prayers will help. And let's see, I have her email here. Yeah, so she says Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. So whatever your time zone is, adjust for that. And I'm pretty certain that The Hobbit was about an hour. If it was longer, maybe an hour and a half. I don't think it was a full 2 hours. I could be wrong. And Katie's Central. Okay. And Sammy's here. Hello, Sammy. Did you figure out what you were going to be doing tonight? And Grandma Susan is here. She says, good evening, all. And Tanya is going to be reading Pelican Point from Irene Hannon for Happy and for Jeanette's bingo board for April. I love when you can do crossovers like that. And she says, I have some Kindle books I'll be reading too for April. I need to go through my Kindle because I have KU and all my 20, I think you're allowed 20 checked out at a time. And they were all checked out, and I actually returned some that I hadn't read yet because there was one that I wanted to get. And now I don't even remember what it is, but I do need to read some of those so I can free up some space. So that when there's one that I want to read, I can just add it without deleting something else or returning something else. And Chantel says, adding Kay to my prayer list. I'm having a hard time picking happy books. I'm all over the place. Maybe an Anne of Green Gables. Yeah, Anne of Green Gables is great. And really, it's a book that reading it makes you happy. For me, that is going to be more lighthearted reads, inspiring reads, stuff like that. Like this book here, it actually started kind of very dramatic, which I like drama here and there, but the prologue was just very dramatic. But I know these books don't stay in that space. They are more happy, even though there's stuff happening in them. So right into chapter 1, it was like a completely different tone. But if you are happy reading books that are dramatic, that are suspenseful, you totally could use them. This is more like me. Like I want something lighter where I'm not going to be for most of the book be dwelling in a darker space. But you do you. So if you want something, I know Jeanette loves her romantic suspense books. I enjoy them, but I wouldn't say necessarily that was a book that those types of books are books that I would pick up thinking, oh, this is going to make me really happy. I might really enjoy it, but for me, I want something a little lighter. But for Jeanette, her romantic suspense totally can fill prompts for the readathon. So don't feel like it has to be a book, especially if it's not the type of book that normally makes you happy to read. And Katie says, I'm doing a random number for every prompt and book I have for it. So then it's more eventful and exciting. That's cool. That is cool. So it's almost like a double random, a random number for every prompt and book I have for it. Cool. And Hannah just prayed for Kay. Thank you. I'm sure she appreciates all of that. And Hannah says, I need to watch Katie's new video for her new readathon tomorrow. It looks fun as well. Katie's new, is it Katie from Paperbacks and Ponytails? Or a different Katie? And Mary Beth, hello, welcome in. She says, hey, I plan to read Ladies of the Lake by Kathy Gold. Golke, maybe, for the Princess Edward Island setting, PEI, in beautiful cover. I enjoy historical fiction. Yeah, that is so good. I really like historical fiction too. Um, so yeah, I need to pick some books uh, for my pile of possibilities slash TBR um, for the readathon myself. And Whitney says, I missed something. Why are we praying for Kay? So she is having some severe weather warnings in her area, and she's having to, it's tornado warnings. And so she is having to seek a safe spot. And I guess like a certain type of shelter. We don't have tornadoes here, so I don't know exactly what, but yeah, so it's probably pretty stressful for her, I'm sure, and definitely we want her to be safe um, and her family. And Hannah says, yes, she posted a new readathon announcement today, a Dr. Seuss readathon. Oh, cool. So I'm going to have to go check that out and see what she has going on with that. And Whitney says, gotcha. Thanks for filling me in, praying over her now. Okay. Right. Well, we are at the bottom of the comments, and I think we can go into another sprint. That'll take us to about 20. We can go to 25 after again, just a little bit longer, not quite 45 minutes. And yeah, and then we'll get back, see how everybody did. I'm going to see if I can pull some books from there so I can get ready to film after sprints tonight. And then I'll go back to the photo album. I already am invested in it and wanting to know from that prologue what happened, how those characters are going to show up in the main story. So, yeah, we'll see you back at 25 after. All right, we are back. So I added some peach loose tea to my little infuser and added some more hot water so I could have some more tea. And it's delicious. And I did read more in the photo album, not a whole lot more because I also pulled some books. I read chapter 2 and 3 and started on chapter 4, so 2 and a bit chapters in that. I pulled just over a dozen books for as recommendations for the readathon, and kind of what I'm expecting. I forgot I stuck that in my pocket. It's the remote control to my fan. um, and what I'm expecting will fit the prompts, but that I haven't read. Most of those will be books that I have read. Well, let's see about these comments here and how everyone else did. Sammy says she has some cleaning and random tasks to get done. Oh, I hear ya. I do too. And Annie says there are no tornado shelters in Florida, and we have been getting warnings. Oh no, Annie. That is why they are so scary. We don't get large ones like the Midwest does, though. Praying also. Yes, I'm praying for you too, Annie. And Kat says, thanks for the sprint. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Kat. Hope you have a good rest tonight. Kelly's here. She says, hi, everyone. I'm going to edit a video for the last 20 minutes of sprints. Nice. And Steve's here. He says, how's everyone reading Wing Feather? Steve, I just read book 1 a couple of days ago. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it so much, and I'll be picking up the second book sometime. But yeah, that's good that you're reading tonight. And Miss Mel says, hello, how are you? And Sue says, I'll probably finish The Tiger's Wife in the next sprint. Cool. And Kelly says, I edited more than half of my video. Awesome. Jamie is saying, hey, Steve. And she didn't read it all. And Steve says, hey. And Mary Beth says, I got a shower and read 21 pages in Life Flight by Lynette Eason. So nice. And Steve read, he says, got half a page. That's good. I actually didn't physically read Wing Feather. I listened to the audiobook, and I really enjoyed it. It was really good. And Chantel listened to 1.5 chapters in Peace Like a River and finished spinning the fiber braid that I have been working on all month. That is so good. I spin. My spinning wheel right now, though, is tucked away in my craft room because every time that I get it out with my cats, it's just a big old mess. So I only it's a shacked ladybug, so it's smaller, so I can take it places. So sometimes if I go to the knitting group, I'll take my spinning wheel and I'll spin there. But man, it's been so many months, probably about a year since I pulled it out. Oh, I'm so glad that you're spinning. That's so wonderful. And Steve says Nugget is amazing. Well, Nugget was pretty cool in the first book, but I imagine plays a bigger part in the further books. And Miss Mel says, I'm okay. And you? I'm doing okay now. Earlier this morning, I had some like little stomach issue, but it's been gone for several hours now. I felt fine. But I am still sticking to tea, and I might have some toast later. And Annie got to 27%. Good job. Lots of good stuff happening. And yeah, so that sprint, I could have read more, but I really wanted to pull some books out. And I have a good mix, I think. I need to kind of look through them, sort them out, and see what I've read, what are books that I want to read, and kind of see what prompts each of those books fill, because I'm sure they all will fill multiple prompts. And Shannon is here. She says, "Hey." And Chantel says, I had to tuck my spinning wheel away for a couple of years when my daughter was a toddler, for sure, because that spinning wheel is very tempting. And my cat would, he'd want to like stick his paw that or in my fiber as I was drafting. So yeah, it's been, mine has been put away. Like I said, unless I'm going somewhere, it fits nicely in my passenger seat so I can take it places. And Carmen says, Hi, Em. Hi, everyone. Hi, Carmen. How are you? And Steve says, yes, Nugget plays a good role. And Miss Mel says, good. Happy to know you're doing better. Yeah, for sure. I've had like stomach issues my whole life. Like that was one thing that would happen a lot when I was younger. Possibly it could have been stress at the time, like over school and stuff. But it happens now every once in a while, but it thankfully does not last very long. Headaches are another thing that I get frequently, but again, they're usually not very bad and pretty quick to be on their way. So, yeah, generally, I'm pretty good most of the time. All right, guys, we are here. My time, it's 7:30. So we definitely have time for another sprint. We definitely have time for more chat. Is there anything you all want to talk about? Yeah, I was updating my book journal. I put in some printouts for March, and these were printouts that these March Mystery Madness and Middle Grade March, I couldn't find like a bingo board or like a prompt graphic or whatever, so I made my own. I did that one for March Mystery Madness, and I did that one for Middle Grade March. So I'll put the covers of the books that I read here, and then for this one I did like an open book with the prompt and then a space here, so I'll put the cover on the open space. I was pretty happy with those graphics. I have another graphic that I need to kind of backfill for February, was the retro romance readathon that Storm Reads and Sarah at Reading Category Romance hosted. So I have this space here. I did kind of like I did for the March Mystery Madness, because they only really had two prompts, contemporary and historical. So I kind of did a graphic similar to that, and I need to print it. So maybe during this next sprint, I'll print it and stick it in my journal. And then I really do need to work on getting my little book covers printed so that I can fill these graphics with the book cover. So I might switch to listening to Lord of the Rings for this next sprint. I mean, Fellowship of the Rings, right? Fellowship of the Ring, to get some done on that, and then get some of these other printing things and updating on my journal in the next sprint. And Jamie says, love your graphics. Thank you. I really enjoy putting graphics together. I really like Canva a lot. I used to have Publisher, and oh man, as soon as that like came out, it was like what, Windows 3 or 5 or something when it came out. Oh my goodness, I just loved it. I love doing that. So Canva is like so good. I love playing around with it. And making those graphics is a lot of fun for me. Um, and I love it when readathons and stuff have graphics that I can print out. And Carmen says, "You do a great job, Em." Thank you. It really, like I said, it's just fun and playing for me. It almost feels like doing a scrapbook page, where you're just kind of pulling in pretty paper and kind of like laying it out and stuff. So, yeah, it's fun. I enjoy it very, very much. What other things do you guys enjoy craft wise? Does anybody else scrapbook? Whitney, I think, does. All right. Well, we are caught up in the comments, people. I'm going to have some more tea and we'll get another sprint going, which would take us to about, I guess we could go to about 20 after. So it'll be just a little over 40 minutes. You want to love scrapbooking? Does that mean that you don't scrapbook or you have tried and it's a challenge for you? And Jamie says she made a middle grade March graphic, but yours is so much better. Oh, I'm sure yours is great, Jamie. Steve, making bracelets with string, like the old friendship bracelets. That is really fun. I used to do that all the time when I was in junior high. Well, I guess there was like 3 of us that we would make bracelets all the time. Did you guys ever make the bracelets with the safety pins? The small safety pins? That was another thing that I like to do. Yeah. Just have a little tea here. My voice cracks a lot when I am talking constantly, and it happens to me at work, and it's the worst. Chantel says, "It's a challenge for me. I feel so lost looking at a blank page." Have you tried using what do they call them? Sketches. So where it's kind of like just a rough draft of placement. I find that helps a lot. I don't know if I have any handy, but if I come up with one during the reading sprint, then I'll show you what I mean by that. But that really helps because, yeah, you're looking at a blank page and don't know what to do. The sketches are really helpful because it kind of will show you if you have 3 pictures, you could lay them out this way. Oh, you know what? Do I have a book back here? Let me check real quick and see if I have one. I did have some books that had scrapbook page layouts, but it's not back there, so I must have moved it into my craft room. But this is one of my scrapbooks, and this was from a camping trip. Oh, I took some of these pages out, but there's like one page, so that's just like the cover page for the album, so it only has the one picture. But then, like, here's like simple layouts, like this one over here, where you just have 4 pictures, and it's really the embellishing that like makes it stand out. That also is another go-to thing that I do when I'm not like feeling super creative. I just kind of place my pictures and then just like find some pretty paper and then just like some simple embellishments thrown in there. And Annie says, I have things for scrapbooking, but there are so many choices. I have a hard time deciding how to lay out. Yeah, that can happen. And Chantel says, yes, safety pin bracelets with the beads on them. Yep. And Jamie says, or a kit. Yeah, that's also very helpful. And Steve says, yes, I learned it in summer camp. Isn't summer camp great? I used to go to summer camp when I was, from age 12 up, I think. But yeah, summer camp, so fun. And Chantel says, Steve, do you make the macrame style ones with a hemp or leather, or the knotted friendship ones with the embroidery floss? Steve, you can answer that. I think it's the embroidery floss ones. And he says, yes, knotted ones, Chantel. Yep. All right. So are you all ready to go into another sprint? I will look and see if I can find one of those sketch layout books that I was talking about during this sprint, but we will see you back. Well, now we're closer to 45, so 25 after we'll go during this sprint. We'll get the ambiance going. We are back. Trying to get this banner off. There we go. Okay, so I was very productive that sprint. I listened to the Fellowship of the Rings while I printed out my graphic for the readathon from back in February, but I'll put my books in there. And I kind of took the graphic that either Stormy or Sarah had, but they didn't have like a link to it. So I just kind of copied a couple of the things. They had these on their graphic, so I just kind of put them in this other space here. So it was a contemporary romance and a historical romance, but they have to have been published 20 years or more ago, so 2006 and earlier. So I will fill my little things here. I read Pride and Prejudice in February, so that is going to be my contemporary because it was written at that time. And then my historical is The Landauer Legacy by Victoria Holt, because that was written now but took place in Regency time. So those were my two books for this readathon. So I did that. I also updated my 50 book challenge page. So this is one where I'm writing down the books that are new to me. My goal is to read 50 books that are new to me this year, but I had accidentally filled in books that were rereads because I was confusing it with my other 100 book challenge to read at least 100 individual books this year. So I just cut some like notebook paper and stuck it over where I had made the mistakes, and then filled in some of the books that I've finished recently that are new to me. But I still have this like gap here because I had to cover those over because I did it wrong. So I did that, and I did start kind of taking books that are going to be in my recommendation video and kind of jotting down which prompts that they would fulfill just off the top of my head. I'm sure that they probably would fill more than the ones that I have them down for. And I did not find my book of the sketches, but I did just quickly find online. This is what I mean by sketch. So it's like a blank scrapbook page that's laid out with also some places for embellishments and your photos. And then there's an example of how this design was used to make the scrapbook page here. So that might help you out to get ideas and not just staring at a blank page and not knowing what to do. And I'm sure Pinterest is full of them. And like I said, I just like did a Google search and that came up. So that might help some of y'all that want to try scrapbooking or that need some help in ideas. And let's see how you all did. Oh, hey, Lucy's here. Hopefully, Lucy, you're still here. And she says hi. And Carmen saying hi to Lucy. Tori saying hi to Lucy. Lucy is saying hi back. Sprint. Kelly finished editing her video. Good job. Lucy wants to sprint. Kelly says Lucy. Morgan is here. Hey, Morgan. And Morgan read 3 chapters of Bud Not Buddy by Christopher Paul Curtis. That is one of my sister's favorite books. Are you enjoying it, Morgan? And Lucy says, Carmen. Chantel read 2 chapters of The Night of Shadows. Lucy says, Carmen, did you not? Oh, because she said Carmen. Tori, Kelly. Steve read 4 pages, which includes finishing chapter 29 and halfway through chapter 30. Awesome. Carmen read 5 chapters in The War I Finally Won by Kimberly Brubaker Bradley, a middle grade set in England during World War II. I just read for my in-person book club a middle grade called Rebellion 1776. And who was the author? I don't think I wrote down her name yet in my journal. Her last name's Anderson. It was really good. It has to do with smallpox right around the time of the revolution. It takes place from 1776 to a little further after. It was really good, and I recommend that one. Probably not for Read Happy because of all the smallpox, the pustules, and all of that stuff. Probably not, but it was a good middle grade book. And Lucy has 70 pages left in The Buy-In by Emma St. Clair. I like Emma St. Clair. She has that's her writing name. I forget what her actual name is, but she was a guest of in my virtual book club. And she was talking about that series, Lucy. And I guess she also does she did do some meetups kind of centered around that Texas Sheet Cake series. I don't know. I think she said that she was not going to be doing that either for a while or going forward. It might have been that she was just busy and needed to focus on other things. And Jamie says, I'm writing a review before I head to bed. Good job, Jamie. I was looking at my book journal and all those pages there where I have written down, because my goal this year was to do Goodreads reviews for books that have been written in the last few years, like 5 or less, that are new to me books. That I've read this year. I was going to do my Goodreads reviews. And so I have pages in my reading journal where I've got the title and the author's name in there. It's still blank. I still need to do that, put them in my journal, and then move them over to Goodreads. And Morgan says, yes, I am enjoying it. Kelly says, I'm going to head to bed. Thanks for Sprintsem. You are welcome, Kelly. Have a good night. And Annie didn't read. She worked in kitchen. Yeah, I should probably do that too. Yeah, so anybody else want to update us on how you did during this last sprint? We're at 8:30. Lucy, are you at home or are you still at work? Tori says, I haven't gotten much reading done either. Yeah, sometimes that happens. This is usually about the time that I stop sprints, but I still would like to read some more now that the Fellowship of the Ring, now that I'm in the middle of putting all that recommendation stuff together. I don't mind doing another sprint because I need to do that anyway if I'm going to film my video. So how do you all feel about having another sprint? Well, Lucy says more sprints with me. Does that mean, Lucy, that you want to join me? Or does that just mean that you want to sprint at home since you're home now? Let me know. Because we can go into another sprint and it wouldn't be too late for me. Like I said, I do want to do that recommendation video tonight so I can get that posted on Saturday. Since I'm doing Scrapbook Club tomorrow night, I won't have time to record it tomorrow night. So yeah, I need to get that recorded tonight, but I need to do all this prep before I can do that. And Jamie's saying good night. Good night, Jamie. I hope you have a good evening. And Annie's saying hi to Lucy. Annie can do another sprint. Okay. All right. And Jamie says, my last work day before spring break. Wow, how awesome is that? I wish that like spring break and winter break and summer break were all things that adults got that don't work in schools. I would love that. I would love to like have my job, but I have a summer break or I have a spring break. I have vacation days and I can take my vacation during those times, but I just like the idea of it all being built in. And Chantel says, I could read some more. Tori says, I'm good for another sprint. I could go for a few more hours. Oh my goodness, I can't go for a few more hours. Carmen can do more. And Lucy says, I'm good either way. I will only come on if you want and if I'm not intruding. Well, you are welcome, but I would like to get the sprint started, but I'll bring you on and then we can chat like when we get back from that sprint to close out. Steve says, more, please. And Lucy says you have 13 people watching. Well, it's 11 now. So I think people are going to bed, but we will do another sprint. And Lucy, I will send you the link here in just a minute. And let me see if I can send it real quick. And we'll say hi to Lucy. What did I do with my phone? What did I do with my phone? I just had it because I was showing you all that sketch, right? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. All right, Lucy, I'm sending you the link. You can come on, say hi to everybody, and then we'll go into a sprint. And I'm sending it to you through Telegram. There you go. All right, so come on in, Lucy. You can say hi to everybody, and then we'll start our sprint. Lucy says, yay. And she says, perfect. I have to go upstairs and log on to my laptop. Okay, we'll give you a little time. Hello, Eternal Reading. Do you prefer to be called your name that way, or do you have another name that you would like us to use? And Lucy says she'll be a minute. So let's see if we can hear back from you, Eternal Reading. If you prefer to be called that, that is also totally fine. All right. Austin. Okay, nice. Well, welcome to the sprints. And what are you going to be working on tonight, Austin? Steve says, yo, Austin. There we go. Guys, I got a new laptop because I thought that the issues that I was having with StreamYard were because my laptop was old and probably didn't have enough space. But I have some of the same issues with this new laptop. So I don't know if it's just StreamYard. I have the free version, so I don't know if the paid version would be any better. I might try it later. See?
Hi.
You made it.
I did.
Yeah, how was work?
It was boring. It was really kind of slow.
Well, that's
It
kind
was,
of good.
yeah, it was kind of a nice break.
Mm-hmm.
Usually Thursdays are crazy, but it wasn't
Mm.
that bad tonight. So,
All right. Well, I'm happy to have you for this final sprint. And yeah, what are you going to be reading?
I got like 70 pages left of The Buy-In by Emma St. Clair. So, I'm going to try to finish that tonight.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. So, what do you say we get started with that last sprint and then we'll chat once we get back?
Sounds good.
Okay. Get the ambiance on. Oops, I went over.
You were distracted.
I'm really trying to get my notes down for that video. And I looked up and I saw that I had time, but it passed me by. But not too bad, just a minute late. Okay. All right. So how'd you do that sprint?
I read a whopping 10 pages. I was very distracted. Someone was chatting with me.
Oh, I wonder who that was. Because I also forgot to turn on my audiobook, but I got 9 books pulled that I have read, and I'm, trying to see which prompts they fill so that I could put those in my recommendations video. And then I have some other books that I haven't read, but that I think will fit the prompts that are kind of going in my pile of possibilities for what I'm doing. So it was productive. Even with the chatting, I just forgot to turn on my audiobook, so I didn't get any reading done.
Oopsie.
Yeah. And let's see what we've got out here. Tori's saying hi to Austin.
Hi, Austin.
And Sue just finished The Tiger's Wife. It's 12:05 in Pennsylvania. Oh my goodness. So that was about 15 minutes ago. I don't know if you're still with us, Sue, but good job finishing your book.
Woo woo.
Oh, she says it was just okay.
Aww.
Well, was it worth it staying up till midnight? Let's see. There we go. And Annie says, good night, everyone. Thanks for the sprint, Sam. Good night, Annie. I hope you have a good rest tonight. Morgan says she read 4 chapters and only have 1 more chapter left. Oh, you're so close. And Carmen read 6 chapters. Awesome. And Chantel read 1.5 chapters. Good deal. Woo-hoo. Everyone did so well for tonight's sprints. Yes. So we did it. We sprinted. I'm going to see if I can pull. Actually, probably what I'll do is make 2 separate videos. So I'll do a recommendation video of books that I've already read and can say will fill which prompts. And then I'll do a separate video of the books that I think I will be using to fill the prompts. So, yeah. So that's what I've got going on for the rest of the night. It's only going to be 9:30 here, so I'll probably be up another hour. I could film that video if I separate it into 2. I can film that video, which will be my goal for tonight. So, yeah, so I'm pretty good and very productive reading and doing other things for me tonight. Yep. How much have you got left in your book, Lucy?
I'm on page 374 and there are 419 pages.
So about 45 pages-ish. Nice. That's very good. Are you going to stay up to read or are you going to bed?
I'm going to read it. I'm going to finish. I got to finish. I'm so invested.
Oh, that's so good. I love it when you get a book like that. Oh, it's so good. All right. We have Tori that read a bit in her audiobook. That's good. Yeah, so I think it was wonderful sprints tonight. Lucy, thanks for joining me for this last little bit.
Tori.
Oh no, what does she say?
She wants another sprint.
If Em doesn't sprint again, you should sprint. I need to record my video and then I need to get to bed because I do well, I guess I don't have to go in early, but here's the situation with my work. We have our building sits in the middle of 2 parking lots, but one of the parking lots has a gate. And so you have to have like a clicker or know the code to get into that parking lot. But we only have 17 spaces in that parking lot. And there's like 40 of us in the office. So if you don't get one of those spaces in the back, then you have to park in the front. And this is where like there's other offices that are in that area of that parking lot, and people that are coming to our office to take care of their business also use that parking lot. So everybody prefers to park in the gated parking lot, but there's only 17 spots. So you have to get there early because they're not assigned to get one of those parking spots.
Hmm.
And we can start work between 7 and 9 anytime in there. And then we just go home when our 8.5 hours is up. So I like to get there at 7 because one, I get the good parking spot, and then also I can leave at 3:30. So I don't have to. So technically, I don't have to be at work until 9. But if I waited to be at work at 9, I definitely wouldn't be in the good parking lot, and then I would not be able to leave until 5:30. So I like to get there early, even though I don't have to. So let's see. We have a few more here. Steve says, didn't read anything, picked up the pups, went to
Quick Trip.
K Quick
KT.
Trip. Okay, I was like, KT. And then having people stare at three huskies because he
Yeah.
had that when he went.
Yep.
Tori says, totally understandable. And Carmen says, thanks for the sprints. I'm so good to see you, Lucy. Yeah, it was fun having you this last little bit.
Yay.
All right. So, yep, I
I'm
think I'm
so
going to
excited
pause.
for the readathon. Can I just say I'm so excited for
Yes,
the readathon? I'm so
me
excited.
too. Me too. I'm really excited. And so next week, sprints will be on April 2nd. So I know, Lucy, you're sprinting on Wednesday. Are you sprinting with Celestria
Mm-hmm.
next week? Yeah. So
Yep.
that'll be fine. But as far as like sprints for on my channel next Tuesday on April 2nd, I'm going to have like a kickoff celebration, and I'll have a little announcement to make during those sprints too. So if you can join us, anybody that's on rewatch or you all that are watching right now, it's going to be a little more on the readathon that night. And I don't know if any of the other co-hosts can join me.
I think I work, but I'm not sure. Let me check.
Yeah,
Let me make sure. What is next week? The 4th?
I think it's the second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's the second.
I only work till 3:45 p.m., so I'll be able to. Wait. Wait, just kidding. Hold on. I do
Okay.
close. I close that night.
Okay.
I close.
All right.
I was like, that's a really weird shift. I might see if I can switch with the opener, though.
Okay. Well, you let me know,
Okay.
and I will check in with the other co-hosts and see if they can join, because I think it would be nice to have like a kickoff party right at the
Yeah.
beginning. And yeah, and with sprints. So yeah, that'll be good.
I can
And
at least. I don't know how late you'll all be going, but like tonight, I could hop on when I get home.
yeah, and that, I mean, because it's like a kickoff, I would like stay late. So
Yay.
if you end up having to close, then we definitely would still be sprinting when you got home. And
Yay.
Tori says, I'm hoping to participate in the readathon. Yay!
Yay.
And Steve says, this sounds just like our high school. If we don't get there early, we don't get those front spots in the parking lot. If we get there too late, we have to go into the overflow parking lot. Yeah, my high school had on the campus, it had one parking lot for students, and then it had another parking lot for staff. And students were not allowed to park in the staff parking lot. So all the perimeter of the school was always filled with cars because the student parking lot would get filled really fast. And so then you had to park around the school, and the school was like on a main street. One of its borders was the main street, but the other three were residential. So parking in front of the people's houses that were on the other three sides of the school, that happened a lot too. Because yeah, there's just never enough parking, right? There's just never enough parking. All right, people. Thank you so much for joining me tonight on Sprint. So, Lucy, I'm so happy to have you join me too. And I will hopefully see you all next week. Have a good night. And yay, readathon coming in a few days. It'll be starting. And y'all have a good night, and I will see you next time.